hear my voice? Ya, salah pencet lagi. Ah, oke. Oke, this is one. There we go. Let's go. Ini lanjut ke kemarin. Kemarin tuh kita udah sampai sini. Ini di bulan cuy. Ini mapnya ke dari sini. When there's an open space, there will be some. I gotta put it.
What is this?
What is this? Is that a grape gel? Ya, udah jauh. Oh, kan? See what I told you?
There's something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right?
Yes.
In which case, the current sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfried Milgras, the former lord of Cislodia, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfried whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lenegus?
I guess over holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegus from the motherland, sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
Bener.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelagian, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
Yes. Yang menang aja
You
nggak
and me
normal
both.
gitu.
Though we are Renin by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Core existed, remember?
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might give us some answers.
No use standing around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
Oke. Aku cuma ngobrol dulu. Oh, itu ada orang. Steer something? No. Yeah, I don't know. Oke, ini nggak ada yang bisa diajak ngobrol. No!
Doe?
Faria.
Varia? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
But why are you here? Wait, don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still...
Kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Oh, what a bitch.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else. You're just a coward!
Nani? What happened?
Dohalim.
I apologize that you had to witness that.
Oh.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
The hell?
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
Ini di mana ini? Oh, itu tadi balik dulu lah. Ini mau cari item-item. Ya sih. Udah nggak ada apa-apa. Itu tadi yang ada apa-apa. Bajak-bajak. Okay, there's nothing. What the? Oh, itu nembak api. Kayaknya di bawah ada kan? Oh, alah ini maksudnya. Bisa aja. Coba. Itu. Oh, itu ada di situ. Oke, nggak ada apa-apa. There's nothing. Okay, there's nothing. Ah, itu dia. Panyu. Tahu doang dong.
Wow, this place is beautiful.
Yeah, it must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renin sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnagan. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnagan. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed. Despite Faria's lower-class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnagan and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
That's sad. Jadi di sini ya diceritain dulunya.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnagan and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnagan had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnagan was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait, don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less, she would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty, instead I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Danans there would still be suffering under Renin oppression like before.
Shion's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Shh.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
Yes, please.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Shion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right.
Oh no.
Alphen,
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but I still wanted to say thank you.
Ya, situ posisi orang-orang yang sudah pada panik ya. Oke, udah. Oh, waduh, sama. Sayang banget ya tempat dengan space luas kayak gini, tapi orangnya yang bisa diajak ngomong sedikit sih.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
Weapon. Mahal sekali. Mahal sekali. Lucu sih. Habis kayaknya. Oh, ini sudah ada. Tapi ini lumayan loh. Ini bagus ada. Ya habis. Janganlah. Ini bisa jual material yang what should I sell? I guess this one. Nggak kerasa anjir. Price. Jangan ikan-ikan itu sayang banget aja. Oke, that's good. Oke. Armor. Oke. Oke, that's nice. Sekarang kita cek itemnya. Kehabisan ada trade tapi duitku nggak ada. Ini kayaknya harus beli. Oke. Manage lunch. Right, that's nice. Rapid. Kuda. Ayam. Babi. Oing. Oke. Aksesoris. Aku tuh bingung masalah aksesoris. Ini kayaknya nggak pernah dapat yang bagus. Oh, really? Half AK cost 20%. S 20% chance. Oh, 4 degrees. Increase energy from arcade control all output. Increase our. Oh. I guess we can use it later.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Yes, kita masak dulu. Gak begitu worth sih. Kicau. Potato.
Whoa, that came out perfect. Hoodle, no, that's mine.
Never thought I'd see you fighting Hoodle over food of all things.
Yeah.
Normally you share everything you have with him.
Yeah, but this is a fancy parfait. Every girl dreams of having one of these.
Is it really that big of a deal?
Please don't bring me into this.
It's always nice to eat something that fulfilling.
I can't believe I actually get to have it all for myself. Every little bite makes me so happy.
But isn't that parfait gonna cost you quite a lot more than your regular ice cream choice?
That's all the more reason for me to enjoy it. Everyone knows it takes lots and lots of sweets to stay full of energy.
Yes, yeah.
Everybody, a cream monster has devoured Rinwell.
At times such as these, it would be best to just let her do as she wishes.
Yeah, definitely.
Dohalim's right. If someone's trying to enjoy their favorite food, just leave them to it and don't bother them.
Benar.
Yep, can't argue with that.
I don't get women.
So good.
Aku mau kan salah. Oh, wrong. Iya skillnya. Ikut. Nggak cukup. Oh ini ada. Ah ini nih. Akhirnya. Okay, guys, we can. Good. Save dulu. Salah. Kenapa?
Damn it. Lenniget's soldiers.
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Well, so much for them not wanting to fight. Oh,
I am Lord Dohalim of Elden Menancia. I command you.
Threats to the city must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not, if they want to fight, they got one. Its armor's too strong.
then I'll split it open.
Be my guest.
Begin! Take this!
Glacial Spear! Steel!
Dance on the wind!
Inferno!
You picked the wrong fight.
Can you take it?
This one's magic! Tidal Wave! That's my cue!
All yours, Kisara.
Going in! Now, healing! Maybe this way!
Face you.
Release!
Crescent slash.
That'll bring you down!
Can you take it?
Oh, wait. Nurunin. Majuan lah, ketatap. Terus. Aduh, agak sok bayang nangis. Ngeluh tuh.
Their hearts were interrupted.
Bloody howling!
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers, that's for sure. They just attacked without warning.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by Dohalim's presence either.
Gila.
Indeed.
Ngerti
They
gua
seem
arek
to
mau.
recognize us as
Tekan
enemies,
Joko aku nggak
nothing
tahu
more.
di luar.
And yet,
Jadi aku tadi
traditionally,
kan ngisi
Lennigus hasn't
pasir.
been high on threats.
Kayak nongol
A few frenzied Zoogles during experiments here and there, but not much else.
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back in Ganath Haros. The ones in blind devotion to Volron.
Oh no.
I've never seen anything like that here on Lennigus before.
Maybe someone doesn't want us here, and the soldiers are their way of letting us know.
What with the Red Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron, we're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us.
Banyak sebenarnya loh. Saja cari jalan keluar dulu. Dan aku stepnya kembali. Kan? What the? Oh, ada yang lagi dua lagi. I'm gonna check. Okay, good. Cuma sama. Salah. Halo.
Get lost!
No further! Can you take it? Your reflexes will not serve you well here. Execution! Come on! Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah, and the pummeling to me.
I'll face you. Crescent slash. Rending you apart. Bloody howling. Ha! Crescent slash. I'll face you. Catapult. They can't get out of this. Inferno crossing. Piercing roar. Execution. Does it hurt? This one's mine. This one's mine. Make it rain. Light burst forth.
Radiant Genesis! By the power
Begin.
of light! Vanish without
Take
trace!
this.
Illuminate the dark!
Rending you
Come
apart.
forth, holy light!
Bloody howling.
Between heaven and earth! A wailing banshee of lightning!
Can you take it?
Here! Do it!
Shield.
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes. I'll face you. Rending you apart.
Flaming meteor! Raging
blood.
storm!
Rending you a bloody howling.
Oh, jangan tapi ya apa lagi?
I feel sprightlier than before.
Oh, nggak bisa pakai ada. Satunya pakai ini aja ya. Waduh. Langsung dikasih monster besar. Males sumpah. Mana sih? Oke. Oh, no.
Let's dispose of the trash. As if the normal creepy crawlies aren't disgusting enough.
Like the night sins, they smite with blackened blade. Not today. Execution.
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare to Malika! Flaming meteor! Piercing roar!
Illuminate the
I'll
dark!
face you.
Holy glimmer! Holy lamp!
Keep charging us.
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me!
Good. I'll leave it to you.
Air pressure! Where are you going?
The flame inside me yearns to be let free. Catapult.
Healing circle!
Engulfs you.
Sorry. You do the same for me. Inferno crossing! This one's mine! Air pressure!
Made one! Come forth the healing security! Burning hell!
Dance on the wind. No further.
Aw, too shy to
I can
over.
carve through
Here,
armor.
let me help.
Annihilate this
Piercing roar!
Crescent flash.
Finish with the illuminated dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy lamp! Explosion!
Air pressure.
Burning! A wailing
The
guilty
flame
lightning!
inside me yearns to be let free.
Holy flame!
Hard up!
The tempest engulfs you.
Steel form!
Execution.
Kan kasih scarf mereka.
I'll thank you.
This one's mine! Look out! This one's mine!
Steel lightning! Corrosive!
By the power of water!
Air pressure.
Into the shadows! Photon! Raging mega wave!
No further. Begin.
Inferno crossing!
A wailing guilty of lightning!
Au 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 au.
So you clamor for my true power?
Nothing gets by me!
Adversity is said to be the best motivation.
Water, hear my call!
Dance on the wind. Begin. You're mine. Behold, the earth's pulse. Tectonic vision.
Lunar corruption! Lightning orb! 7 on heads in the wind! Air thrust!
Can you take it?
Raging
Look out! Wouldn't save you! Hard up!
Tempest.
Lion catapult!
On your knees. Air pressure. Can't get out of this. I'll thank
No
you.
more playing nice!
It's on. You picked the wrong fight.
Radiant pierce!
I'll
it
thank
rain.
you. Kisara. All yours, Kisara.
I know fine weapon material when I see it.
Aku dari mana tadi? Lupa sih.
Retreat if you know what's good for you.
Confiscated!
Can you take it?
Radiant power!
Take this.
This one's mine!
That makes me the thorn in our side.
I see one, eh?
Catapult.
Here, let me help! Crushing blood! Nothing gets by me! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare to Malika!
Can you take it? Crescent flash. Reflect fire. They smite with blackened blade.
Switch to offense! Make it rain! I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
Here I go! Go! Mega ray!
Air ice carved through armor! My shield!
Now, Ridwell, Frozen.
Hammer!
Nice.
With this, I can become even stronger.
Ya ampun, itu apa lagi? Sini-sini. Oh, item. Hai.
Go no further. They really don't give up, do they?
Now you'll learn!
A whirling storm. Appreciate the help. Winds of heaven.
Now you see what I can do!
Too fast! Stand back!
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Thermalisa!
Here's a healing art. First aid.
Does it hurt in a bind? I'll face you!
Make it rain!
Astral energy. Full throttle.
On your knees!
Look sharp!
Air pressure!
Shield and rain!
Heaven and earth.
Benediction
Lightning
light.
meteor! Heal! Crescent moon! Inferno crossing!
Heaven and earth.
Dance in the wind!
Hurricane catapult!
Shattering
Pieces! Inferno crossing!
Tempest engulf you!
It's over. Astral energy. Full throttle.
Oh, 11.000.
Barely a blip on our
Tapi
radar.
nggak masuk itu ya. Pineapple chip. Kita dari mana sih? Oh, masuk sini. Oh, mereka di seberang ternyata.
Those soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on sight.
Is someone making them stand guard over the Forbidden Zone?
I don't know either, but they do. Ah, why? Nggak ada. No.
Go. No further.
Going in!
Can you take it? Does it hurt?
Hurricane Freeze Laser!
Now we're not...
This one's mine!
Dance in the
This
wind!
one's mine!
I think I'll pass on the
Denied!
handshake.
You're mine!
Hurricane Flood!
Arctic waterfall.
Stalagmite.
Here.
Slide
Stay with this one. Lightning
I
condensed.
owe you one for that!
Take this. I can do this all day.
Catapult! Outstick!
Hurricane Flood!
A chain between heaven and earth.
Blizzard Blow!
A wailing dancy of lightning.
Switch it on! Air pressure! I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kitara.
I'll face you!
Burning Dragon! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Thermalisa!
I'll face you!
All disasters may
Can't get out of this!
Piercing Wall!
of fury.
Does it hurt?
Air pressure. A chain between heaven and earth.
Air pressure!
Here's evil.
You're mine!
Hurricane flash.
Shattering of pieces!
Inferno crossing!
Lightning raging.
Catapult! On your
In the sky and time.
air pressure!
Winds of heaven. I never miss.
Stalagmite!
I'll heal you all.
Stalagmite!
Dance in the wind. Healing circle. Air thrust. Burning air thrust.
Can you take it?
More with that chemical.
Far enough! On your knees.
Sweet now.
Air
I'll be
pressure!
blading this one.
Air pressure!
Time to shine. Lunar corruption.
Now you see what I can do!
Lunar block.
Does it hurt?
Lunar
Begin.
corruption. Take flight. Lightning. Annihilation. If it's in the sky,
In a bind? Can you take it?
this one's mine. And this one's mine. Hurricane strike. Will this
Air pressure!
now?
Outfit! In an instant! Impact block!
Wah, 11.000.
They really made us work for that one.
Ya, oke, seperti biasa kita belajar terus. Banyak banget. Hai.
Little help. Going in. Healing in here.
Shattering the pieces! Attack time! The flame inside me yearns to be let
It's like
free!
trying to keep up
Eat
with a
dirt.
wolf. Go. One more.
I'll thank you!
More where that came from. Dance in the wind.
Does it hurt?
In here.
Begin!
Power of flame.
Does it
Without a trick.
No further! Look sharp! Begin!
Here, let me help.
Catapult!
I'm grateful.
Crushing thrust!
On guard.
Begin!
Do it. Going in.
Rinwell! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Crossblade. A chain between
I'll
heaven
thank
and
you.
earth. Wailing Banshee and Turtle.
Dance on the wind!
Now.
Rinwell! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis.
Resonate with the earth! Stalagmite!
Thunder field. Flaming meteor.
Stalagmite!
Dance in the wind. Hear me. Air thrust. A whirling
Take
where
this.
are you going? Winds of heaven. First force.
No further!
Glacial fire.
Take this!
Searing sun.
Tornado drive!
Hurricane now.
Rinwell! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis.
Now you've gone and ticked me off!
Raging hurricane.
Stalagmite.
A chain between heaven and earth.
On your
Make it rain. Go for it.
Prepare to crumble!
Tap.
I need to be stronger.
Red sheets. Banyak banget. Wow, kencang. Ya udah, kita udah ke pojokan. Cimas.
Coming through!
Bring them down.
Now you've gone and ticked me off!
You picked the wrong fight! Is it too late to talk over our differences? On your knees!
Flaming meteor.
Release! Fire support! Dance on the wind! In a bind?
Wailing Banshee of lightning.
Begin! Does it hurt? This one's mine!
Do it.
More! I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life! On your knees!
A whirling struggle.
Air pressure!
Thunder field.
Stalagmite!
Raging cascade.
Stalagmite!
A whirling struggle.
Begin!
Winds of heaven. Cyclone. Glacial spear. Fierce evil.
Can you take it?
Raging
Stalagmite!
storm. Flawless flight.
Stalagmite!
Make it rain. Bizarre. Go for it.
Prepare to crumble!
Mantap. Bener kan itu? Oh ya benar.
It's like we won.
Get lost. A chain
In a bind? Can you take it?
Now you've gone and ticked me off!
Dance on the wind!
Make your break!
Kisara! All yours, Kisara! On your
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malisa!
On your Stalagmite! I'm in your deck. Stalagmite! Burn! I owe you one. This one's blood! Stalagmite! Ready and forward! Mission!
A wailing banshee of lightning!
Do it! Rinwell! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
On your
Chain between heaven and earth! A wailing banshee of lightning! Sealed! Ice eruption!
I'll
By
thank
the
you!
power of lightning orb! Available!
All yours, Kisara!
I feel sprightlier than before.
Wow. Oh, kira sebelum aja loh. Halo Mbak Ica, gimana Pak kemarin yang beli juga besar gimana Pak? Halo Zaki, welcome. Arais bagus sih. Oh no, jangan bilang bos, aku tadi nggak ngehil apapun. What the hell? Ya, kalau menurut aku sih lebih bagus ini ya.
This must be it.
Arasnya bagus
The
banget.
entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
I don't know.
Whoa, we? I thought this was sovereigns only.
Alphen,
Jadi kalau menurut aku sih mereka benar-benar ngubah ya sistem-sistem battle-nya. Cookingnya juga dirubah jadi lebih gampang sih, dibuat buff gitu. Siapain itu? Gak bisa dong. Ah, kebuka ternyata dong. Anjir.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
Hah?
what?
What the?
Alphen,
You again.
tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Danon. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for, let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds, but neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dana. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
Oh, masa lalu. Shh. Wait.
What the hell just happened?
Wait. Yeah. Getting back.
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
Oh, jadi sekarang
That
yang ini
person
ikut
Alvin was
doang ya?
speaking to, she looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imaris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
Huh?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Danon astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegus. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
I don't know.
We
don't
have
know.
no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion. Your desire to free and protect.
Nggak cukup. Oh, udah penuh ya? Oh iya. Huh? Oh no, that bitch before.
Faria, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
No. Okay. Apa itu? What the hell is that thing? Dan dia terbang.
A summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power
We
when...
can talk later. Here it comes!
What? I've never known Faria to control symbols like that before.
How about with a stone that looks suspiciously like a master core?
Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handled the tubers, then we get some answers.
Go for the weak point!
On your knees.
Raging roar! By the power of water!
Ripping you apart.
Annihilation! Lightning
Bloody
ray!
howling.
Thunder aqua! Illuminate the dark! I'll bring you back
You picked the wrong side!
Holy land! A chain between heaven and earth!
Soaring blast.
Does
it hurt?
Train
Does it hurt?
Feel!
Does it hurt? Soaring blast. Sorry. Instinct sharpened. Begin. Your mark. Catapult. Crescent flash. Your arms were interrupted. Armor won't save you. On your knees.
You picked the wrong fight!
I'll face you. Charge like that can easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Dance on the wing.
This one's mine!
Flaming meteor. Catapult.
Inferno!
Scream days and flame inside me yearns to be let free. Flaming meteor. Dance on the wing.
Hey! Just what I need! More where that came from! Illuminate the dark!
Forgive me. This is my fault.
A wailing Zanthia lightning! In here!
Armor won't save you.
I'll be saving this one!
Just train harder. I see you.
Going in! More where that came from! Lightning is there! Blaze of fear! Illuminate the dark! Magic is there! Holy
Inside me yearns to be let free. I'll make it rain. Kisara. All yours, Kisara. Catapult. Inferno blazing blood. Ripping you apart. On your knees. Air pressure. Shattering my pieces.
I never miss!
Benediction light. It's in your hands.
Ow!
No rest for the wicked.
Far enough!
Benediction light.
Heal!
Now or never.
Inferno flashing! Rain down and purify it all!
Soaring blast.
Hurricane flight! Meteor storm!
Soaring blast.
Flaming meteor! More radiant light! A chain between heaven and earth! Time to shine! A wailing Zanthia lightning!
Instinct sharpened.
Flaming meteor! I can do this all day!
I'll face you.
Burning air drop! Healing bubble! Turtle blade! Winds of heaven! Firstborn pearl!
It's in your hands.
Ow! Ternyata tadi belum selesai dong itunya.
Hurricane flight! Burning strike! Glacial spear! Fierce evil! Air breathe!
want it. It's time to end this battle.
Nothing will hold me back.
A chain between
Benediction
heaven
light.
and earth. I don't even know the word defeat.
I see you.
Here goes.
Benediction light.
More for the sky. Lunar corruption.
I can carve through armor.
Annihilation.
It's time to finish this. Die! Consuming wildfire! Water, hear my call.
Benediction light.
Burning strike.
You picked the wrong fight.
Ow!
I couldn't make it in time.
This one's mine. Holy land.
Catapult! You require a head.
A wailing dancing
Can't get out of this!
Train harder. Do it! Ground and power!
Demons descend! Flashing bang!
Itu apaan, coba?
Now it's just her!
Faria! Can you hear me? Faria!
She's preparing another summoning.
The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more. Dohalim!
Forgive me.
What the hell?
Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shion, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up.
Shh.
All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case,
I'll take her off your hands.
You?
Avakir,
Shh.
what are you?
Wait. Ah, susah sih.
doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out.
Kurang
I
kerjaan.
overheard what you said about Tarnigan, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzelik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almadria. As for Tarnigan, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember, you never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already passed, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Yes.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shion,
Huh?
Huh?
thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her as well. I'm most grateful.
Oh, shucks. We're on the same team, right? Let's move on.
Do you think Faria was really being controlled by someone?
Certainly seemed that way. The question is, who? The Red Woman?
The same person who's behind all of this, I'll bet. Whoever that is.
Brainwashed or otherwise, the feelings of resentment she holds towards me are real.
Someone used her because they knew we'd hold back. If that's not playing dirty, I don't know what is.
It does tell us one thing at least. Someone here in Lenegis is watching us. Someone who means us harm.
There's no question. That attack was meant for us alone.
By someone capable of getting inside a person and manipulating them like a weapon. We need to find whoever it is, fast.
Ini kemana? Ke situ.
What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
What?
The will of Dana's astral energy.
Bagus sih.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
Kenapa? Hah?
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her, it reminds me of Xion's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe... Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that? If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure!
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Xion's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally, we begin to understand what the thorns are.
Yes, and their source. A ceremony that occurred 3 centuries ago.
But we still don't know how to get rid of them. I just hope we can find a way.
Nge-lag dong, aku kan masih jalan.
Soon, we might very well learn the truth behind it. I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens, I just need a little time for it.
That vision we saw, it was as if it was meant specifically for us.
What do you make of it? Do you still think the will of Dana might be involved somehow?
Maybe it's trying to tell us something. But what?
Well, it could be supernatural. You know, like seeing dead people, messages from beyond the grave, ghost-type stuff.
That's your grand theory? That we're being haunted? Come on, Law.
Wait. He might be closer to the mark than you think. What if a person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become indelibly etched into the ether of a place? And what if those with a connection could then somehow pick up on them?
You think that's what it was? Some kind of message someone left here for us?
I am merely entertaining the possibility. Whether it was Dana's will, or somehow connected to the Sovereign and Maiden's powers, I do not know.
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full of enough astral energy, it can somehow show us events that happened centuries ago?
More to the point, how does that much astral energy gather in one place anyway? Seems unlikely it happened naturally.
Whatever it was, it survived here intact for 300 years.
Amazing.
Whoever left it for us, the strength of their intent is beyond doubt.
The strength of their intent.
Oke, bentar. Okay, I'm back. What should I do? Oke, nggak bisa dikasih dulu. Terus kita akan itu. Thank you.
Soon, I have to be ready to face anything. I'm determined to save Shion and Dana. Nothing I learn can change that.
Halo. Manakah kita pergi? Ini kan.
Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there. I'm curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out. This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
For the people of Lenegis, the Forbidden Zone is the stuff of dreams. Yet here I am, standing within its hallowed halls.
It's off limits even for lords, then? Talk about an exclusive club.
Being exclusive is one thing, but how many important facilities let in only the Sovereign? Doesn't that seem a little strange?
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. But a place on this scale? How do they keep it from falling into ruin? Whoever the Sovereign is, they can't manage the upkeep of this whole place themselves.
Did no one ever talk about it when you were growing up?
No, not that I can remember. Then again, Sovereigns and Forbidden Zones weren't exactly breakfast table conversations.
The Forbidden Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority, grounds of the one true ruler who presides over all Renans. That is what we believed this place to be. No, what we were made to believe it was. But now, it is finally time to discover this area's true purpose, and why it was kept hidden behind the scenes for so long.
Nah, aku mau cek situ.
I think I can make this work.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years.
Wow.
Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Danon astral energy so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure taking the form of a Danon. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign?
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the Master Cores. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the Lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden.
Huh?
Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
They re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Nah, itu.
Upon victory, the sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately.
Iya.
I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you.
Arise.
You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
Dia bisa lihat ya.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign, and Volron as well. The significance of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
Only 2 sovereigns in over 300 years. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice in all this time? And if that's the case, why keep on doing it? Was there really no other way? Or could there be some other reason?
Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Alphen.
I'm fine. I'm just a little shaken, that's all.
Iya.
I knew what I was already, so it's not like it's a surprise or anything. But it's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't even know who it's for. I'm scared that I'll put a face to it, just to have someone to blame.
If that were to happen, then No. Then we'd help you fight it, before you ever got that far. Wouldn't we, everyone?
Yeah, we wouldn't just sit by and watch you spiral out of control.
That's right. No good can come from being consumed by hatred.
If you ever start to lose your way, you can count on us to guide you back. To remind you where home is.
And I would be happy to lend an attentive ear, should you ever have need.
Thank you, everyone. I think I'll be okay now.
Wow. Shh. Lumayan. Oh, apalagi nih?
Naori,
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Rena never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell.
Naori...
His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... If I don't head back, Lennigus will be nothing but ashes. And this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Alphen.
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lennigus.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lennigus crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me, and made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
Manakah kita? Ada? Ya, kita lihat tempat. Wait. Tempat-tempatnya gitu. Pasti bos lagi. Lumayan. Oke, nggak ada apa-apa kan useless. Apa ini? Ini kan.
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course. After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony. This is where the Renaissance was.
Thanks for coming, Woody.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renaissance isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Huh?
Naori.
What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself.
Huh?
The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Languange had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done.
Don't do that.
With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renus Alma seemed to be my best bet.
And then?
That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renus Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renus Alma was lost, and Alphen the Sovereign was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renus Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse on to my descendants as well. Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
That's it? Oh.
Naori.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Danon voice speaking through her?
Oh my god. Ih, bagus banget. Ih, bagus banget, ya ampun.
What?
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the Maiden's outfit?
Ih, bagus.
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Ya rambutnya Xion jadi
Locating the
diikat
Renus
gitu
Alma
dong.
would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Xion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renus Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renus Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Xion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
Dia
You're
bener
right.
sih.
It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't. You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yes.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah, we can protect the world and save Shion at the same time.
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renan lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Shion. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop.
But where?
Thank you, Naori. So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Shion. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories
Is the reason for your curse.
the thorns.
It all leads back to them.
Bagus
Once they're gone, we can
bajunya.
finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No. The truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack, embracing everyone. All the normal things that people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself and finally know what they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up.
Okay.
What if it doesn't work out in the end, and
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead, and it's for my sake, so I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
Kita kembar garpu dong. Mahal sekali. Ini aja nanti aja. bagus gambarnya. Ganti dong. Screenshot. Bagus bajunya.
Sounds like this Naori chick had quite the big heart.
Her position demanded nothing less. From the sound of things, she didn't focus on differences, least of all those between Renans and Danans.
Yeah. It was Naori who first showed me that such a thing was even possible. And then she saved my life by sending me back home to Dana.
Not only that, but she willingly stayed behind on Lenegis for the sake of her people. It sounds like she was quite the hero, all right. A truly caring person.
It's as if walls meant nothing to her. The ones separating the Renans from the Danans, or herself from others. She had no need for them.
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first place, huh? Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
You inherited that legacy. Her wish for the world.
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way, showing us what we can aspire to.
Berarti aku harus yang di sana ya? Oh ya. There's nothing here. Where is go? Ini kemana anjir? Aduh, ini tempat luas banget sih.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
Hah? Oh, dibuka.
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
Oke, apa yang ada di dalam? Serem banget sih.
We're a long way from the residential quarters now. It looks completely different.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, this place, it reminds me more of being back inside the wedge.
Except the Danon astral energy feels even stronger here.
In a portion of the city reserved purely for the Renin Sovereign.
Maybe he just has strange tastes?
This place looks like it has been here for quite some time now. If its design were a matter of personal preference, we would be talking from centuries ago. Or perhaps even further back. Still, this isn't the sort of decadence of taste spoken of in artistic circles. So what is it then?
Hold up, decadence? Artistic circles?
When a preference is indulged to its extreme, it descends into kitsch, eccentricity for the sake of it. I'd be happy to illuminate you further.
That depends. Does it involve you buying me lunch?
The void that art fills isn't the stomach, it's the soul.
In that case, I'll let you know the next time my soul starts to rumble.
Now all we need is something to fill up the void inside your head.
Shut up!
Bos lagi. Nggak terlalu sih. Pakai aja kali ya.
Volron! He really was still alive.
What?
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
Once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself, reduced to a mere cog in a machine.
Hey, look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
Yes. Go. Retrieve that.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
The time law.
Alphen, look!
The Red
What
Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
Hah? Anjir,
They all have the same face? How is that even possible?
ada banyak. Serem matanya itu loh. What? Anjir, alien.
What is this?
1, 2,
Who the hell are they?
It can't...
3.
Are they even people?
Ada 3 anjir.
Sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
They're not feeling particularly talkative.
It's no use, Alphen. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting ducks here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand.
Burning? Glacial spear! Here's evil!
It's in your hands now.
Au, mati.
Out of the woods.
By the power of
Benediction light.
Burn in hell!
Benediction light.
Hear my call!
Heal!
Can you take it? Here's evil!
Demon Fang!
Let me have a wailing
On your
blade!
Another incantation ruin.
Winds of heaven!
Heal!
Is in the sky, it's mine!
Benediction light.
Not today!
Heal!
Thunder field! By the power... I never miss!
Sakit nih.
Glacial spear! Here's evil! Weak now!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
the wind.
Lightning power! Radiant propagated! Here!
There, begin. I'm ready.
I'll heal you all!
Forward blade.
Sakit nih.
The tempest engulfs you. I owe you one. Can you take it?
By the power of water! Shield!
On your knees. Air pressure.
Sorry.
You'll pay for that.
I'll bring you back from death to
It's
death.
go time. There.
Denied!
Demon Fang.
I
Double
think
Demon
that's
Fang.
the in me. Water, hear my
Death
call!
on the wind.
This world is our shining
Here I
sun!
come. On your wings.
Will this help?
Air pressure. Now you see what I can do.
I'll heal you all!
Blow away.
Raging storm! Healing circle!
I'm in your... Forgive me.
Ow.
No rest for the wicked.
To the fray!
Benediction light. Not today.
Thunder shield! Party malevolence! Arctic
Rising
waterfall!
light.
Shield!
Not now. Not ever. Demon Fang. Eternal devastation. Air pressure.
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! A whirling gets by me! Wind power! First force!
Rising wyvern. Soaring light spear.
Shield!
This was
Sorry to trouble you.
You do the same for me. Party
Burn in
malevolence!
hell.
Shazam!
I'll face you.
Brave Lancer! Now
Catapult.
dance in the
Double
wind!
Demon Fang.
Air thrust!
I owe you one. On your double kick. Stay away from my friends.
Armor won't save you! Primed and ready! This one's mine!
I'll face you.
What? Here, let me have it! Raging hurricane! Hear me!
Ah? Masih di atas kan? Ah, apa sudah turun ya? Aku lupa.
In a bind. Demon Fang. You picked the wrong fight. This was all mine. Eat dirt.
Far beyond the healing art!
No. Can't end here.
Don't leave me! Far enough!
Take this. Dance on the wind. Begin. Not I'll face you. Double Demon Fang. Dance on the wind. Now or never.
Supernova! Here's a healing
In a
art!
bind.
Raging cat!
You're mine. Benediction light.
Radiant
Benediction light.
Illuminate not in your dreams!
Tempest. Catapult.
Wind astral energy!
Dance.
Scream,
Bathe in blood. Rending you apart.
where are you going?
Bloody howling.
Air thrust! Light ass raging cascade!
Chocolate
In here!
Ow. Eh.
all mine. Benediction light. I'm grateful. Benediction light. Don't get carried away. I'll face you. Incineration wave. The tempest engulfs you.
This can't be happening!
Being interrupted.
Dia teriak dong. Apa bu? Iya sebentar aja. Hah? Aku sih gini nih loh.
Demon Fang. Burn. Catapult. Leave the charges to me. It's in your hands now.
Anjir.
Demon Fang. Heal. Rising Wyvern.
I won't give up!
I couldn't make it in time. Crescent Flash. Dragon Tip.
I can't lose!
The tempest engulfs you.
Lightning
Rising
orb!
Alpha.
Alpin! Astral energy!
Say no more.
Untung 3 itu darahnya jadi 1.
Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
ancestral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve!
What? It's self-destructed?
Alphen!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
Huh?
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much. So you know this place? Naturally. It was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart. Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me? You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
Apa?
You're obviously bluffing. You
Belum.
can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think? Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alf, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean Boron was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became a...
A slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renin and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renin and Dana are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
What?
A red woman?
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
Serenus Alva!
Anjir, meledak lagi.
Too late. Can't stay here.
We need to go. Alphen!
Go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
The hell?
Let's go.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am.
Are you two okay?
Yeah, we'll be fine.
Is Volron... Have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Sus.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers and Faria in a trance?
What? Those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renis Alma. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now, those things are what's standing in our way. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renis Alma in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting Voron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Renans or Danans.
Yeah, not in a good way like with us.
I didn't see that coming about Volron. As for those red women, to think they were monsters all along.
Tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly human. Next thing you know, they're not actually human at all.
They definitely weren't Renan or Danan. I'm not even sure language would get through to them.
What the hell is
So what were they then? Human Zoogle hybrids?
Is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day?
How about you, Shion? Dohalim? You ever seen anything like that before?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the red woman we've seen with Volron, I think it's safe for us to assume they understand our language at the very least.
Yeah, nanti.
I had just so much I wanted to ask them. About Rena.
Yeah,
and Shion's thorns.
Unfortunately, they blew themselves up before we got the chance. Why would they do such a thing, though? To take us with them? Or in order to keep something hidden?
Both sound plausible to my ears. They took off with the Renis Alma too, remember?
Yeah, they did. And the next time we meet them, we're going to make sure they tell us everything they know.
Tak bisa warp dong, suruh jalan manual. Aduh, suruh jalan manual, nyiksa sekali. Kampret emang. Gak bisa fast travel ya, menyiksa sekali. Iya ya. Oh jangan taruh belakang aja nggak apa-apa. Situ kucing-kucing naik soalnya.
Let's see what you've got.
Engaging! To be let free. Not today!
Tempting! If you won't bow all night, then you leave me no choice!
You got spirit!
Illuminate the sky!
I'll face that. Leave the ensnaring to me.
That'll bring you down!
On your knees.
Hold nothing back!
Lightning orb!
Another incantation ruined.
Eat dirt!
I owe you what you like. No art of being interrupted.
Generation! Finish it!
Light burst forth.
Radiant Genesis! Will this help?
On your knees.
Lock and roll! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
On your
Beyond the
knees.
darkest sky!
On your knees.
Iya.
This one's mine!
Begin. You're mine.
Soaring Alpha!
The tempest and swallow you.
Looks like we got them all.
Aduh, ini masih ada lagi.
Go no further!
Now you see what I can do! Thanks! Time to cross-blade!
Nothing gets by me! A wailing Gantian lightning! And red! I'll blind you into this one's mine!
Does it hurt? Eternal Death! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a
You're
healing
mine! Okay! Raining Slash!
Radiant by the power of flame!
You're mine!
Lightning orb! More in that case!
Not today! Come on!
Sorry, ready and dance in the wind! Air thrust! Explosion!
I'll thank you!
Burning strike!
Come on! Come on! In a bind?
Lunar corruption!
Now you see what I can do!
Raging Aqua! Celestial Hammer!
Soaring blast! Come on! Burn!
Proton Splatter!
Soaring blast! Double demon fang!
Explosion! Supernova!
I'll blind you with this time! In a bind?
By the power of water!
Begin! Take this!
Rising
Wyvern! Take this!
Eat dirt! Where are you going?
Here I come! Begin!
Cyclone!
You're on! Eating pile Dragon Swarm! Tornado Blast! Turtle Devastation! Ready to rip! I'll burn it all! Flaming Pillar! Fire!
Here, let me
Begin! Shield!
This one's got your name on it!
Ash to ash!
My exploits are bearing fruit.
Little help!
Be still! You picked the wrong fight! No further! Begin!
These ones can run straight through our
Armor won't save you! Here I come! Elusive deity! Seismic rupture!
Healing circle!
Be still!
Made one!
Too fast! Stand back! I'll trip it up! Demon Fang! Now we'll Demon Fang! Can't get out of this! Demon Fang! Do it! This one's blind! Tempest!
Astral energy! Full throttle!
On your knees!
By the power of water! By
Air
the power
pressure!
of fire!
Sword Rain Alpha! On your knees! Flew away! Air pressure! I'll thank you!
Now!
Demon
By the
Fang!
power...
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
On your knees! Demon Fang! Double
Trying to bring you down!
Demon Fang!
Too much to handle! Annihilation between your
Air
and
pressure!
burning! A whale energy of lightning! Pierce
On
evil!
your knees!
Divine freeze!
Be still!
Winds of heaven! Burst forth!
Well then, let's keep moving.
Akhirnya.
What
Huh?
the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone?
Doe?
Oh no, this bitch again.
You two. Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing, so she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegus is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd...
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegis from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegis right now?
Lenegis wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
You're going to die.
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegis. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Elda Menancia.
Look up there, it's Lord Dohalim.
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid. As people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegis, not the Lords and Sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among many. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
Langsung nyala dong listriknya.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing. Was it true?
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
Dia yang ditunjuk.
You? You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign. nor as a leader the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept Turnigan's death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegis till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
Oh.
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits.
Akhirnya.
Looks like the people of Lenegis can rest easy.
I couldn't have done it without your words of encouragement, Law.
Hey, you're the one who made the speech.
I think everybody can share the credit here.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
In one sense, when all is said and done, perhaps I have been a slave this whole time too.
You, a Renan lord? How do you figure that exactly?
I was complicit in the Renan system, bound by its values, resigned to being swept along, without the resolve to take a stand. And when I realized the severity of my mistake, all I longed for was punishment. A lord. And yet my first instinct was to place my fate in the hands of others.
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape their way through life, but I didn't know what else I could do about it either. The ability to think for yourself and be your own master. That's what separates a slave from a free person. At least, that's what Law's dad Zephyr used to say. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But in doing so, he also taught me how to live.
Even if it means stumbling along the way. If it's on a road of our own choosing, free of regret. Why, that's the road of freedom. Or, to put it another way, so long as his heart is compromised, even the loftiest of kings is no freer than a slave. I think I finally understand now. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man indeed. I only wish I could have met him.
There's just so much I wish I could ask him, especially now. I wonder, have I been correctly carrying on the torch that he passed to me?
How long have you known?
Known what?
About the darkness I carry inside me. You seem to have been aware of it for quite some time now.
Why ask me now? What does it matter? But yes, I have. I've pretty much known that something was gnawing at you ever since we left Menancia.
So basically since the very start of our journey then. Just when I thought I couldn't feel more ashamed.
Leave the past where it belongs. We have no need for it now. You're forging ahead. That's what matters. If my brother could see you, he'd be proud.
Not as proud as he would be of his sister, I'm sure.
Well then, just as well it's not a competition, huh?
Lagi dong, banyak banget skip.
Kisara? Anyone at home in there?
Sorry. Did I look distracted?
Among other things. To be entirely honest, I couldn't tell whether you were smiling or frowning.
You were thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
That obvious, huh? I was just thinking how good it is to see him moving forward at last. It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. A prisoner trapped in a cage of his own self-doubt. But now, he's finally beginning to spread his wings. I'm happy for him.
So, then why do you look so sad?
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It's good and strange, knowing that he won't be needing me anymore. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this massive worry off my mind. I should be jumping up and down for joy, right?
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her child takes his first shaking and nervous flight from the nest.
A pretty big child.
That's one way to look at it. I wouldn't like to see Dohalim's face if he heard you say that. All this has made me realize I can't allow myself to become a prisoner of my own making like he was. If Dohalim can forge his own path ahead, then I can too. I won't be left behind.
Platinum. Tak. Ya, lah buat telepon. Ayam, sapi.
Did we really just spend that much money?
Good. This came out just the way I hoped.
Fast travel, makasih. Oh ya, kita bisa I got.
I thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renaissance. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What?
What? Serang mereka bisa sampai di situ dong.
Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
Apa lagi? What the?
A flower blooming out of Retta?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
The Flower of Oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down! You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Ah!
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
What? What is that? Is that another satellite? Malam aja lalu, malam room. Thank you for coming.
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Languange in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
Ah, Shion, just in the nick of time. Here, lend me a hand while I...
No!
What the... Oh, right. The thorns. My bad.
No, I'm the one who should apologize. I overreacted.
Again, Law? Can't you even go a minute without putting your foot in your mouth?
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that than people feeling like they're walking on eggshells around me. Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you guys, not the other way around.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask. Not being able to touch people, does it ever get lonely sometimes?
I guess I never really thought about it in those terms. It was either accept it for what it was or come undone. Before long, it was just part of my everyday reality. I think I even forgot there was another way to live. Which isn't to say I didn't feel alone. I did. Always.
So numb to your reality, you couldn't even recognize it as loneliness? I don't know how you managed.
It's fine. I know I'm not alone anymore.
But I can't even touch you. No way of lending you a shoulder when you're down? Even Alphen.
I appreciate the concern. Until I get rid of these thorns, I guess I'll have to put up with it just a little longer. But not forever. Alphen promised me that. Maybe it'll be soon, maybe it won't be. But either way, the day will come. And I'll be ready when it does.
Yeah, just hang in there. One day, we'll share a big warm hug. You'll see. I promise.
Boo! Ah! What the? Are you out of your mind? This isn't the time for games, Rinwell!
Oh, come on. How am I supposed to resist with you looking all jittery like that?
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation. Yeah, try it sometime.
Yeah, but seeing you act all nervous, you're making me start to feel nervous too.
Oh, sorry.
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment. Try to strike a balance.
I still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal. Looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
Okay, who's the wise guy that summoned us here?
Someone formidable enough to bring our starship along with us.
They must be here somewhere. Let's find them.
That beam of light joining Dana and Rena. It was the Renan side that it first came from, right?
That's what it looked like. And then the Danon side responded.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renan homeworld? To reawaken the Wedge and Lenegis?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all. But what are they after? Is it really worth going through all this trouble just to steal Dana's energy?
Try to stay calm. With so many factors we don't understand, dwelling on it won't get us anywhere. What is it?
No, it's just... Zephyr once told me the same thing. So much for me making progress, huh?
You made it this far, didn't you? You notice something, you change it. That's all anyone can do. But you can't stand still in the meantime.
What? Google. Yang itu ada kayak penjualan nomor satu itu berarti apa? Yang lainnya itu lakoni sama
starter Pokemon
sama
kan
tongkang.
oh Pokemon generasi kedua ya kan so Terong itu juga ada
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that?
Hah? Itu kan
It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hah? Arise?
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Kenapa? Apa? Ya bagus memang. Ininya loh katanya engine-nya kan baru, pakai yang baru-baru, makanya game-game yang RPG sekarang kebanyakan ini terus mulai-mulai ya apa? 3D model kabeh. Jadi dia unsur kayak gambar art itu mulai berkurang gitu loh. Yang buat pakai gambar.
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the red women, pulling their strings?
Huh?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh, goody. More riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Languange. The red women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Languange?
You are on Dake Phasal, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's Great Spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this great spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it without question, throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this great spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrect 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's great spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegus are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy. And the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed. And it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegus was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renis Alma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrect 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegus has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, It would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Faisal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least.
Halo, Karasu. Bangsa pemakin dekat. Maksudnya apa? Aku nggak paham. Maksudnya apa? Maksudnya apa?
Everything it said about the Renin Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me.
What is it?
How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renins? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevrek 35 never even brought up the Renins once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out.
Okay. Kayaknya kita turun ya. That's it, gak ada penting, gak ada. What the hell is this place? Huh?
Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renin?
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
Huh? What do you mean, I guess so?
The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevrek 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Kira ada manusianya dong.
Have you guys lived up here in Deg Faisal with Hevrek 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrek 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the...
Wait. Tadi ke arah sini. Tidak. No. Chatnya.
The Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrek 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions. Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquill.
You mean the Overseer's species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
What?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquill.
Huh?
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't, but there are Helganquill. That's what the name literally means in their language, people of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquill are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Danans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danans that the Helganquill kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use Astro Arts on Dana now.
Helganquill technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries. They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and...
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquill are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while.
Oh, jadi yang alien itu aslinya itu.
Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner. However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans in Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana and implemented a system where...
Apa?
whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contest began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevric 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes. And yet here we are.
Huh?
Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Danans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Danans all along.
That's it.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over, before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds too.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
Ow.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot.
Ah, ada in-nya. 3. Which do I show? No. That, look, that GP got 80. That really cost so much.
Everything we thought we knew. It was all just a fabrication that the Red Women, no, that the Helganquil made up.
Right. Assuming we can believe anything that Hevrek 35 has told us, that is.
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible the Helganquil could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
Oh, yes.
But if Hevrek 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does that mean everything we've done up until now has been pointless?
No, I don't think so. Or at least I hope not. I think it just means we've lost our foothold for now. That's all.
Really? Well then, if we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one. End of story.
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
Oh no, wait. I choose my stick. Back of the tray. This one and pop in. Alright, it's good. Alright, connect one. Now we need to find others. Yeah, that's kind of shocking. Oh, and suddenly more people come out. Can't see many people. I'm curious. I want to check. Tested machine. Okay. Is that already seen before? Ah, yes, there's one. Whoa! Well, they become like, yeah, that's it, now we are done, and we will become nothing. Yeah, so that's it.
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
Ooh.
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
Of course.
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans and the Great Spirit and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it.
Yes.
As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Danans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helganquil and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Danan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Danans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Danans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
Oh no.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning. But I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Danan mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Danans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dana anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Danans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down. And there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah. I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else.
Yes.
So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Danan and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Rinwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dana's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Everett 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dana's still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
Then now we see there's people more up here. What?
I still can't believe it, man.
Yeah,
You're not
me
the only
too.
one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memories started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad, and running away from the truth. That was no way to live. And I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons, but I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about. All I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me, to fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah, I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
Okay, and the last.
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shion. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
Well, to say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dana, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dana, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis or come down to Dana, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis? after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator so that the Renans can live on Dana peaceably. As the one and only Blazing Sword, I suspect the Danans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan society without any bloodshed. That is why...
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Oh, I'm ready
Thank
for
you,
hour.
my friend.
Okay, we are
Well,
done.
it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Shion? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dana. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Danan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Shion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Okay, so what next?
Well, is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dana's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world. And it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it.
Yeah.
That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Xion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Xion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Xion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
Xion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Xion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's great spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns connection thanks to Naori.
Hevric 35 has been observing the great astral spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is.
All right. Okay.
Our minds are made up. Let's go give Hevric 35 our answer.
Oh, ini mereka naik ke atas, Pak.
So if the Sovereign and Maiden were originally boot-up programs for Lenegis, what about now?
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins and the Renaissance stolen, Lenegis is functioning fine. If it needed us before, it doesn't appear to now.
First they lumber you with a position you never asked for, then you're discarded like you're nothing? Who the hell do they think they are?
More importantly, who do they think we are? We might not even factor into their list of concerns.
I just hope everyone on Lenegis is safe.
Worst comes to worst, Lenegis is equipped with a large number of starships that people can escape in. As long as the whole satellite doesn't suddenly explode or something, they should be fine.
Wait, explode?
In any case, if we're truly going to make a difference, it's on Rena we're needed, not Lenegis. The people there will be fine, I'm sure of it.
Right.
Okay. Ruangan tadi ya. Oke, kita coba ke upper. That's it. Oh. Jauh sekali ya. Petunjuk. Oke.
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
By using the Renus Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the...
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational. It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renus Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns can be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renus Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, Doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony. Considering that the Renus Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed, I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renus Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renus Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renus Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Havrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man, is it too much to ask for Havrek 35 to talk like a normal person? I swear I can feel my brain starting to fry after listening to all that complicated stuff.
Don't worry. I think we're mostly done with him. Now all we have to do is rest up and wait. Once the fall nights is good to go again, we'll be taking off for Rena right away. Is the Renus Alma really our only hope against the Great Spirit? There has to be another way, right?
Shion's Fire Master Core was able to suppress astral energy to prevent it from gaining sentience, right? Couldn't we make use of that somehow?
I'm not sure. In small doses, maybe. And with the amount of energy we're talking about here.
Back in Calaglia, the Blazing Sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy. If it has the capacity to manage that, it can do this, right?
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later, remember? Let's not forget, it nearly killed you. Besides, this is the Great Spirit we're talking about, not a paltry vessel. Even if I could use the Master Core, your body wouldn't be able to take the strain of channeling that much energy.
Hevrect 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the type to skimp on details. So assuming it's even possible, the chances are slim to none.
You're probably right.
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Danans further reason to resent us.
Yes, that's right.
But you still intend to confront this truth head-on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Danans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Danans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright? To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more? That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
What is it? What is it? What is it?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before. About whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I think I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dana's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, all right. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana's will?
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral energy inside us...
Yeah, maybe...
Hefric 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. Who I've become. So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me. To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will, well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No, what were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember
Come
saying
on.
anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were
No,
thinking?
that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
Oh, that's so cute.
Are you sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Xion?
Same as you, still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dana? All of that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Ages and ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Renis Alma, there's something I want you to do.
No.
Like Hevrect 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Renis Alma back, you'll use the blazing sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the blazing sword may not have the strength of the Renis Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything
Listen,
that we've...
the Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. Renans and Danans alike. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, but we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Xion. I'm going to fight this until the very end. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Huh?
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Xion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because I...
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone.
Oh,
okay?
why?
Yeah. Okay.
Mau diselesaikan.
Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dana and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrek 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Huh?
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable. Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand. All right, time to get back on the Fall Knights.
Ya, seperti biasa. Bisa telepon.
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means. Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
Wow, what the hell is that thing?
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Huh?
Then this must be the hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
And it's covering everything. The entire planet.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dana.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dana is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past. This is all that will remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, the Great Spirit turned its sights on Dana, looking for another host.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dana's going to look like?
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive. It looks like we can climb down from there. Let's take a look.
Oh iya, airnya kayak gitu ya.
So this is Rena. This is where everything began. Yet it's a dead world?
I won't let Dana suffer the same fate, ever.
A hollowed ocean as far as the eye can see. What do you think would happen if we fell in?
What do you mean, what would happen? You'd drown, wouldn't you?
Come to think of it, I don't believe I've heard of someone ever trying. Perhaps you'd like the glory of being the first?
No, I'll pass.
This is essentially a world-sized Renan graveyard. Are you proposing to disturb the dead slumber just to satisfy your curiosity, Law?
No, because I said I passed.
Taking an interest is understandable, but let's not forget where we are. This place deserves our respect.
Looks like we're not going to be hearing the end of this one for a while.
You'd think I was already snorkeling in it or something.
Oh, kita sekarang bisa kemana-mana.
So the idea is to seal the Great Spirit inside the Renis Alma using the Sovereign and Maiden's power. But just how do we do that exactly?
I'm guessing it won't be as easy as holding a spirit channeling ceremony at our leisure.
I already had wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for suppressing her thorns, Shion's had a lifetime's experience. The problem isn't just our enemy's strength, it's that it's sentient too. And you can bet anything you like it's not going to just sit back and let us destroy it.
In other words, we need to find some way to weaken it in advance. The Great Spirit, that is.
Back when Shion's thorns flew out of control, we were able to deal with them directly. If this is their host, they should be even more corporeal here.
If that's the case, it should make them easier to attack at least. And if we can manage to divert enough energy away from the spirit's core, even temporarily,
we might just be able to weaken it enough to steal the Renis Alma, which we can then use to seal it away forever. It won't be easy, but it's our only shot. Time to buckle up. Question for you. Let's say, knock on wood, everything turns out for the best.
What'll the world be like? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this, do you really think everything will be that different?
A lot will have to change, that's for sure. The world will have to adjust to so much. My only worry is if those changes turn out to be merely skin deep.
What do you mean?
It's well and good putting an end to Renin rule. But if it just turns the tables, it's all for naught.
That's true. Just as bad if the Danans started pressing their own.
Renins, Danans, astral art users, mages. The world is full of labels used to divide and separate people.
If only we could see differences like that for what they are. No different to someone having a musical talent or being good with their hands. Not differences so much as characteristics.
It will take someone in power to set an example. But with time, people will follow. And then, perhaps one day...
there will no longer be any need for the example. It will have become second nature.
That's where we come in. We can set the example. Imagine it. A world where magic and astral arts are used to help people. Where that's the norm rather than the exception.
Yeah, you're right, Rinwell. Why wait for somebody else? We can show them ourselves.
Okay, now I'm curious. Let's see what this. Serem anjir sumpah. Nggak mau nyala.
Looks like we've worked into that pit of astral energy.
I wonder what Hilganquil's civilization was like at its zenith.
I can imagine that'd be something you'd take an interest in.
There's no question it must have been advanced, like none either world has ever seen. We could surely stand to learn a thing or two from such a people.
I get that you're itching to delve into its history, but we've got bigger fish to fry right now.
Put a pin in it, and you can do all the research you want when you retire.
I can think of worse things than a retirement dedicated to research. As for whether Rena is amenable to an aging specimen...
It's a little early to be giving it serious thought just yet.
A man can dream, though. A man can dream.
Oh, we didn't say there's anything wrong with dreaming.
In your case, Dohalim, dreams have a habit of spiraling into something else.
You'll need to stay with us for now, though. You're too helpful to let retire.
Why do I feel this is less of a compliment and more of an ultimatum?
Just a friendly suggestion.
Hey! Hey, I just realized something!
Is this about dinner last night? I didn't realize those ingredients were off.
What? No! I mean, wait, you fed us rotten food?
Rinwell, the point.
Oh, yeah, right. So I was thinking about those armored soldiers we've seen. There are regular Renins inside them, right?
Yeah, they're designed to make whoever's wearing them stronger. At least, I think that's the idea.
Right. So So it kind of begs the question then, why are they made so huge?
I don't know, makes them more intimidating, I guess? Or maybe all that tech wizardry inside takes up a lot of space.
You don't think it's weird how the armored soldiers are the exact same height as the Helganquil?
Can't say I'd ever noticed it till now. And?
Connect the dots, Law!
Okay, let me get this straight. You think the armored suits might have originally been designed to allow Renans to work alongside the Helganquil?
Huh. But if that's true, what would that mean?
It would mean... just that, I guess. But still, don't you think it's kind of interesting?
Not hugely. Hey, Kisara, while I've got you, what's on tonight's menu? Because I was thinking, maybe meat?
Get him, Hootle.
What did I do?
Oh, now you want to listen. Keep pecking, Hootle!
Ow, ow, ow! Seriously, what the hell? You know, guys, when you think about it, we've taken out a lot of Zeugles. Like, a whole lot.
You can say that again. If one thing's for certain in this world, it's that wherever we go, we'll always end up bumping into them.
Isn't it weird that they're still so plentiful? You don't think the Renans have, like, a ranch where they breed them, do you?
Certainly in all of my years, I've never heard of them constructing such a massive facility on Dana, let alone up in Lenegis.
The only thing I can think of, then, is that the feral ones must be reproducing on their own.
There's also no organized effort on our part to hunt them down, so it's difficult to fully exterminate them.
Exterminate them? Whoa, don't you think that's maybe a little harsh?
What do you mean?
Zeugles originally used to be living creatures native to Dana and Rena, right? Being genetically modified isn't their fault.
You're right. Zeugles were only created because of us Renans. We altered the original creatures to suit our own ends.
First, people made Zeugles, and then we let them go. And now we're trying to kill them because they're a threat. They really have only seen the very worst, huh?
I hope we find a way to be able to live side by side with them one day.
It's a nice thought, but they attack towns and cities. What else are we supposed to do?
Aside from the strays that have gone wild, it's worth remembering that Renans are able to keep them somewhat under control.
If we had distinct territories that didn't overlap, that might reduce the danger they pose.
Well, I guess when you look at it that way, maybe people and Zeugles aren't so different after all.
That's enough.
Helganquil!
Guess they don't need their Red Woman disguises anymore.
Wait, can you understand us?
It's no use. We're not going to get through to them.
So they really are being controlled. In that case, we've got no choice.
I knew there was something off here.
They're not pulling punches. We have no choice but to beat them at their own game.
Prepare to be sealed! Crescent flash! Begin! Burn in hell!
Does it hurt? Does it hurt?
I'll grind you into dust!
An astral art?
That's my cue!
No further!
Shut him down!
Denied!
Air thrust!
Can you take try hard? Tempt it!
Do it! Xeon! Astral energy! Full throttle! A flawless victory! Naturally!
I shall ensure you survive this.
I can carve through armor! Okay, here I go.
Benediction light.
Celestial Dash!
Benediction light.
Burn! Heal! I owe you one. I'm not done!
That'll bring you down!
Now or never. Eternal devastation coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Take this!
Demons descend! Flashing fang! On your another incantation ruined. I'll face you.
Now!
All yours, Kisara. On your
Water! Hear my call!
elusive deity. Unexpected.
Now, glacial spear!
I'll face you.
Lightning orb! Alright, it's now!
Rimmer! Light burst forth.
Radiant Genesis! You don't mess around!
Certainly not. On your
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Alphen.
I can't forgive them for what they've done, but I hate killing them. They don't even know why they're fighting. How does that even make them any different from the Danon slaves?
Perhaps. However, if we don't make a choice, the guilt of not doing anything will be that much worse.
Yeah, I know. I hate for it to be like this. But if it happens again, you won't find me hesitating to act.
I wonder if we're going to get attacked again.
If we lose heart now, this whole mission is over. We have to stay the course.
I thought there'd be more dirt and rocks and stuff underneath the hollowed ocean, but it's all artificial.
I would imagine they're remnants left behind by the Helganquil, seeing as there's little actual land remaining.
It's incredible. Do you think it stretches all the way down to the center of the planet?
Hey, these guys built Lennigus, remember? He probably did this in a weekend.
If they had the power to create things like this, did they really only use those immense capabilities to serve the Great Spirit? Or rather, was that the only use the Great Spirit let them use their capabilities for? We haven't seen anyone here except Helganquil. Looks like this place really is their home planet.
The true citizens of Rena. What a shame that they have become nothing more than puppets to the Great Spirit. To think of the promise their accomplishments once held. They had the potential to be great indeed.
Do you think we could have got along with them? You know, if we had met under different circumstances. Like
all of us, you mean? I suppose it's difficult to say for sure. We don't even know if they would see us as being on an equal level with them or not.
I think we may have had the chance once, before the Renan Great Spirit came along and changed everything.
You and Alphen both share an optimism. A strong willingness to believe in hope.
Do you think that's foolish?
On the contrary, I should like to take a leaf from your book myself. In tragedy's aftermath, hope is all we have.
Just look at the size of that thing. The Helganquil's technology certainly is impressive. And they don't seem to do things by halves either. In the past 300 years. No, even before that. Just how many people, Renan or Danon, do you think have ever seen this?
Regarding the past 3 centuries at least, I'd say there's a good chance that we're the first. Also, while I get that it's impressive and all, I'm just amazed you're still standing around gawping at it at a time like this. Sometimes I wonder about your priorities.
I can understand where he's coming from. More to the point, does anyone know where it leads?
What do you mean where it leads? To the center of the planet, of course.
And that doesn't strike you as sounding just a little bit, oh, I don't know, far? There has to be a quicker way to get there, right?
Yeah. With all this technology at their fingertips, it seems pretty unlikely that they'd make that kind of journey on foot. There must be some kind of device somewhere. Let's see if we can figure out how to use it.
Borrow one of their contraptions? You're either brave or out of your mind.
If it works for them, there's no reason it wouldn't for us. Why make things harder for ourselves?
You know what he's like, Law. Once he gets an idea in his head, there's no talking him out of it. I have a bad feeling about this.
Can you take it? I shall ensure you survive this.
In an instant! Impact block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
Burn in hell!
Seismic rupture!
Vacuum
Outline
blade!
to stop! Crescent strike!
Incineration wave!
Elusive deity! Soaring blast!
You're mine!
Behold! The Earth's pulse! Tectonic fission!
Mega ray!
Seismic rupture! Shield!
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes! A merry distraction.
There's still more to go! A wailing dancy of lightning!
With this, I can become even stronger. I wonder how the Renans avoided being mind-controlled like the Helganquil. Do you think it might have something to do with the fact that they were originally Danans?
I'd say it's likely, which is pretty ironic when you think about it.
Ironic?
The Renans have committed grave injustices against the Danans. But it was all of their own volition, not because they were being controlled. Now, it turns out they themselves were once Danans too.
Which must mean that the root of their evil isn't the Great Spirit, but something inherent in all of us. Our free will.
Now hang on, though. It was that same free will that allowed Xion and Dohalim to choose to fight alongside us. Without it, we wouldn't have been able to beat hatred and forge all those connections we've made. Free will is what saved us, right?
Law's entirely right. In any case, it certainly can't hurt to look on the bright side every now and then.
Yeah. Where there's hope, there's a way.
What'd he say?
He said, without a doubt.
Is this a dead end?
It appears this whole room functions as an elevator. That apparatus there is likely what's used to control it.
What the? Where did they come from?
Less worry, more action. Concentrate.
I shall ensure you survive this.
I can shatter any steel.
Nothing will hold me. In your face, empty airborne scoundrel.
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
I'll face you. Elusive deity. Soaring blast.
Waterfall.
Tornado drive.
Get on in there with the others. That'll bring you down. I'm ready. Wind action. More incoming.
Explosive ring!
Okay,
here I go. Does it hurt?
I never miss.
You're mine.
I'm not done! Dragon
Soaring blast. Can you take it? The tempest engulfs you.
Radiant
Air
Pierce.
pressure.
Be still! Rising Falcon!
By the power of water.
Air
Back
pressure.
into the fray.
Rising Wyvern! Soaring Light Spear!
Denied. Who's next? Reinforcements?
Begin.
Rising Wyvern!
The tempest engulfs you.
Illuminate your thing. Let the marksman handle this.
Air pressure. Another incantation ruined.
A wailing dancy of lightning.
Not today!
Can you take it? Does it hurt? Seismic rupture.
Finish it!
Outfit.
In an instant! Impact block! We work well
More of
together.
them, like a finely timed waltz.
Soaring Light Spear!
This one's mine.
Rising Wyvern!
This is bad, right?
Yes, Alvin. Very bad.
I don't feel so good.
By the power of flame.
Soaring blast.
Sonic
Spear! I'm ready! Take this!
A wailing dancy of lightning.
I face you. Seismic rupture.
Do it.
Here's more. Hey! Blow them away!
I'll heal you all. Burning. Healing circle. Radiant Pierce. Come forth and heal it. I'm healing.
More sucrose?
Keep calm and take them down.
Sorry. the skills of just any warrior.
Save your compliments. We have to move.
Driven and talented.
I'll blind you with a shot.
Crescent flash. Dance on the wind. Begin. Can you take it? Soaring blast. Tornado drive. Does it hurt? Rising wiper. I'm not done. Does it hurt? Right spear. No further. Begin. Seismic rupture. Now you see what I can do. Alpha. In an instant. Impact block. More. Rising wiper. Air pressure. Can you take it? Be left free. Take this. Dragon Swarm. Stalagmite. Try this.
Stalagmite. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Alvin.
It's time to end this battle.
I'm right beside you.
Stalagmite. Stalagmite. No art of being interrupted. Begin. I'll blind you with a shot. Shield.
This one's got your name on it.
Action to action. Begin. I'll blind you with a shot. Anything in armor is over. Behold, the Earth's pulse. Tectonic vision. More? Resonate with the Earth. Stalagmite. Stalagmite.
This one's mine.
Rising wiper. Stalagmite. Rising focus. Stalagmite. Now you see what I can do. Turn the tables up. Now, Kisara. All yours, Kisara. On your knees. Take it. Air pressure. Rising focus. Stalagmite.
Glacial spear.
Stalagmite.
A wailing blow.
Stalagmite.
I never miss.
Stalagmite.
Now.
Shield.
This one's got your name on it.
Action to action. A melee distraction.
There's still more to go.
Stalagmite. Sharpened flash. Demon fang. Destruction.
Now.
Pile driver.
Astral energy.
Say no more. Tornado drive. Does it hurt? Be still. Crescent strike. Light spear. Mirage. Air pressure. Demon fang.
Do it.
Demon descent. Flashing fang. Tornado drive. Rising wyvern. Here I come. On your knees. Rising air pressure. On your knees. Rising phoenix. Air pressure. Double demon fang. Incineration wave. Resonate with the earth. Stalagmite. You're mine. Sword Rain Alpha. Stalagmite.
Why aren't you human?
To stop you dying?
Do it.
Shield.
This one's got your name on it.
Action to action.
Well, am I improving?
Tremendously. The speed and precision of your aim is simply unmatched.
I had no idea you were watching me so closely.
Even in such a harsh environment as this, there are still creatures here?
You think they're native to Rena? Or could they be Zoogles somehow?
Whatever they are, they're dangerous. Watch yourselves around them. You think that pit stretches all the way to Rena's core?
If that's true, and if we go down, we should find the Great Spirit at the bottom.
We could get there even faster if we simply jump down instead.
You sound alarmingly serious when you say that.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Damn it!
I never miss.
Here I come!
This one's mine.
Seismic rupture!
Insult. Stay on the ground.
That'll
bring you down.
Flying free? Why can't they just sit still? Sia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
This one's mine! Tempest engulfs you! Flash! Demon Fang!
Do it.
Out of it! In an instant! Impact block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed launch.
Radiant Stalagmite! This'll come in handy! Stalagmite! Burning strike!
Stalagmite!
Hear my call! Great! Divide! One more time!
Lightning Wiper!
I'll face you. You're mine! Can you take it?
Your astral art is truly incredible. Every little bit helps, right? Indeed it does. I'll keep pushing to be better.
Whew. Thank goodness we won.
Brace yourselves! This one's tough!
Can you take it?
You picked the wrong fight!
Take this!
Searing flame!
Begin!
Remove! Chinese supernova!
Come one, come all!
No further! Can you take
Here's
it?
a healing art! Turn away!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Air blast!
Prepare to be secret. Actually, perhaps round is more appropriate.
Less talking, more doing.
Finish it! Outfit! In an instant! Impact block! We work well
Resonate
together.
with the like a finely timed launch.
Stalagmite!
Our art is being interrupted.
There!
Dance on the wind! Can't get out of this!
Take this!
I'll face you! Take this!
Sword Rain Alpha!
We fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
Air pressure! Excellent technique. How are your weapons holding up? That's not to give me any ideas.
As impressive as always.
Here I hoped I was improving.
No, I mean, you're even better.
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
What the hell is that thing?
This one be difficult to predict. I'll face you. I'm in your deck.
Come and face me!
The spot of feet.
This one's mine!
I need something.
You need to be healed.
How the mighty have fallen.
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Ah, right.
Scoot back!
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Here's a healing art!
I'll blind you with the shot. The tempest engulfs you. I'll blind you with the shot. The tempest engulfs you. Behold, the earth's pulse. Tectonic vision.
Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon Here's a healing art!
Rising Wyvern!
First aid!
Unlock.
Glacier
Does it hurt?
Spear!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Tempest.
Eat dirt!
Dance on the wind.
Stars of light!
I'll blind you with the shot. You're mine.
Julian! Astral energy! Full throttle!
A flawless victory. Naturally.
Raining Flash! This one's all mine!
Annihilation!
Begin.
Annihilation!
Crescent flash.
Sight!
In a bind.
Mega Ray!
Can you take it?
Mega Ray!
Seismic rupture. The tempest engulfs you.
I never miss!
You're mine.
Demon Flame! Double
The tempest engulfs you.
By the power!
Not today!
Finish without a trace!
The tempest engulfs you. It's
Into it! Sigara! Frozen!
hammer. I'll face you.
Demon Fang!
On your knees.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Armor won't save you. I'll face you.
Here I go!
I'll blind you with a shot. In a bind.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I can
can feel the medicine working.
Take this!
There! Here's some!
Tempest and heal!
Stars of light!
Burn!
Back into the fray!
On your knees!
Gemini Aqua!
Air pressure!
Meteor storm!
On your
Damage
knees!
level! Winds of heaven! Burn it forth!
Begin!
In here!
You require a hand. Destruction! No further! Double demon blast!
Healing crystal!
Shattering the pieces!
This one's mine! A wailing fancy of lightning!
This one's mine!
No more playing nice! Divine
I'll
savior!
grind you into dust! Sword Rain Alpha! Run away!
I never miss!
No
Outstanding
further!
form!
Double
A
demon
wailing
blast!
fancy of healing arts!
Crescent flash!
First aid! Lunar corruption field! It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Radiant
Can
pierce!
you take it? Finish it! Outfit! In an instant! Impact block!
With this, I can become even stronger. This might be some decent equipment.
Anything that makes battles easier is okay by me.
Cari ini sih.
Don't get careless!
Don't kill me! Can you take it?
Seismic
Rupture! Rising Warfare!
Lightning today!
I'll face you! I can carve through armor! Benediction light.
Thank you, Dohoney.
I only did what any other wolf would.
I think you're nicer than you let on.
Take this! Eat dirt! The mock!
Healing flame!
Seismic Rupture! Dragon Form!
There you go! No let up!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Begin! Sonic Thrust! You can't get out of this!
Lightning orb! Illuminate the sun! Come forward!
Keep discharging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Good! I'll leave it to you! Attack Demon Fang! This one's all mine!
Blaze of spear! Pierce evil!
Can you take
Raging
it?
blade!
I'll grind you into dust! Megasonic Thrust! Dragon Swarm!
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Ignite! Now I can let loose! Can you take it? Dragon Swarm! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Will this
Here I come! Sonic Thrust!
Can you take it? Don't get carried away.
I'll grind you into armor won't save you! Begin! Crescent Flash! Dance on the wind! out of this! Sword Rain! Far enough!
Raging Cascade!
Sword Rain!
Healing Circle! Radiant
Dance on the wind!
Fire!
Sorry to trouble you.
You do the same to me.
Burn!
Radiant Fire! It looks like you got this one covered.
Dragon Swarm! Sonic Drop Stick! It's time! Infernal Torrent! In a bind?
Do it!
Reload! Light Burst Force!
Radiant Genesis! Another one down.
Your skills are admirable.
These structures don't look like anything built by the Renans, or even what we saw in the Forbidden Zone.
Perhaps this is the true architectural style of the Helganquil. Or perhaps the opposite, given their situation.
You mean like how some places favor building stuff with stone, while others rely on wood?
That's an interesting way of looking at it. I'll have to inquire with Hevrecht 35 about it sometime.
This one's tough!
I shall ensure you survive this. Can you take it?
These things really get on my nerves. I never miss.
Rising up! Got flyers!
I've got this. Let a marksman handle it.
All yours!
I'll face you.
Double Demon Fang!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Not today!
Come on!
Air pressure! Outfit! In an instant! Impact Rock! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
Air pressure! On your knees. Finish it!
Astral energy.
Say no more. Resonate with the earth.
If it's in the sky, it's mine. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Attain velocity.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Alpin, astral energy.
Say no more.
I need to be stronger.
Easy. Don't be such a pessimist.
Dance on the wind. Can you take it? One, come on.
Leave the charges to me!
Not today.
Can you take it? In a bind?
A chain between heaven and earth. Lunar corruption.
On
A
your
wailing transient lightning.
Far enough!
On your knees.
Now. Astral energy.
Say no more. Got
Well done.
Stalagmite.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
So I still had room to grow.
What the?
Those thorns.
I'm not letting them get in our way.
This'll make us even more formidable.
This one will be difficult to predict.
Begin! face you! Does it hurt? Seismic rupture! Dance on the wind! Dragon Swarm!
Where are you going?
It's no time!
Annihilation! By the power!
Can you take it? Take it! Now you see what I can do! Hurricane Thrust! Seismic rupture! Now in your face! Begin! Crescent Flash!
Require complete focus!
You picked the wrong
Not
fight!
in your dreams!
I'll grind you into dust!
There you go! Don't let up!
Does it hurt? Rising Phoenix! Dance on the wind!
Sleep now!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kitara!
Power surges through me! The Tempest engulfs you! Take this! Ready and raring! Air Gusher! Double Demon Fang!
Kill you forever!
This is the most peculiar place.
I never miss!
Take this! Crescent Flash!
Leave the enemy's arms to me!
No further! No complaint here!
Here's a healing art!
Tempest! Onward! Don't get carried away! Begin! Hey! Time to let it rip! Here I come! Seismic dirt!
Amazing. Do it!
Shield!
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
This could be useful.
This one will be difficult to predict.
I'll take you all on! I'll face you! Trembling Wing! Power driving you mad! Here I come! You got fire!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
Prepare to be
All
seized.
yours!
Actually, that sound is more appropriate.
Less talking, more doing!
On your knees!
Air
Air pressure! Negative gate! Alpha! You picked the wrong fight!
Not much longer to go.
Come on, one final push!
Let's do this together, Alpha.
I'll grind you into Sonic Flash! Sonic Thrust!
Far enough! I'll heal in a
Demon
circle!
Fang! I owe you one.
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
I'll grind you into dust! Take this! Dance is time! In a bind! Dragon
Can you
Swarm!
take it?
The soaring blast! Finish this! Shield!
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes! A merry distraction!
There's still more to go!
Negative gate! Negative gate! Negative gate! Negative gate! Rising Wyvern! Begin! Does it hurt? Take this! Take it! Negative gate! You require a hand. Dance on the wind!
Now! I can handle it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Can you take it? Flaming thrust! Rising Falcon! Negative gate!
Everyone's still in one piece?
This one will be difficult to predict.
Can you take it? Now it's mine! In your face! Can you take it? No further!
Two heads? What's not even fair?
Grind you into dust! The Tempest engulfs you! Vacuum blade! A mark! Seismic rupture!
I never miss!
merely doing what I can to help.
Glad you're on us.
Negative gate! One more! Negative gate! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Begin! No escape! Sword Rain out on the wind! Raining Flash! Eternal Devastation!
This one.
Crescent Strike! I'll grind you into dust! Take this! Swirl Blade! Denied!
A chain between heaven and earth.
The Tempest engulfs you! Sonic Thrust! The everlasting darkness! Negative gate!
Eat dirt.
Negative
This
gate!
one's mine.
More with that Negative gate! Not today!
Will this help?
Negative gate!
Heal.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I
No
really don't.
further! I'll thank you! Rising Wiper! Soaring Light Spear! You're on! Back and play! All the Lord save you!
Now
Double Demon Fang!
Curse Malevolence.
Crescent Flash! Negative gate!
I can handle it.
This one's mine!
Raging Cascade.
Can you take it? Take this! Take this! Severing Wind! Seismic Rupture! Here I come! Air Pressure! Air Pressure!
By the power of water.
Far enough! Negative Sword Rain Alpha! My reach is even wider! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! I'll face you!
Anything
in
normal will bring you down.
The Tempest can't get out of this! Ha! I see you! You missed! No! Can you take it? Here!
Don't give up.
Crescent Flash! I'll grind you into dust! Take this! Crescent
I'll
Flash!
bring you back from death's abyss.
I'll face you!
Resuscitate the lightning.
Does it hurt?
Lunar
Not done yet! You'll find no mercy! Rising Falcon!
Now,
Rinwell! Light Burst Force!
Radiant Genesis.
That took more energy than I expected.
Oh, that. Oh. Wow.
This one will be difficult to predict.
Lunar corruption.
Death shall not be forgotten.
Begin!
All mine. Without a trace.
Crescent Flash! Burn!
I can handle it.
Seismic Rupture! Take this!
Raging storm.
Death on the wind! It's time! Alpha! Behold! The Earth's pulse! Tectonic Vision! Geon!
This one's got your name on it.
Ashes to ashes! A merry distraction!
There's still more to go.
Death shall not be
In the
forgotten.
sky is long. A whirling struggle.
The Tempest engulfs
Winds
you!
of heaven. First force.
Dance on the wind! Rising Wiper! Seismic Rupture! Denied! Crescent Flash! Finish it!
Neon. Astral energy. Full throttle.
Everlasting darkness! Negative gate! On your knees!
As impressive as always.
Ah, here I hope always.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet
pretty lucky.
Oh my god, ini luas sekali.
I found some equipment.
Let me take a look at it.
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
That can't get out of this! Can you take it?
Raging cascade!
You're not! Tempest from outside! You're mine! Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! The Tempest engulfs you! On your level! Air pressure! Ready to go! Benediction light! Heal! On your level! Air pressure! On your knees! You're mine! Air pressure! You're on! A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Burn in hell! Rising Wiper!
Begin! Take this!
Rising Phoenix!
This one's mine!
Swallow Blade!
Here! Can you take it?
Demon Fang!
In a bind?
You're mine! Rising Wiper! Void Blast! Hurricane Thrust!
Dance on the wind!
Rising Phoenix!
Outstanding!
Burn!
Air pressure! Benediction light! Take this!
Raging cascade!
Crush it!
I can carve through armor!
Hold nothing back! Dragon Swarm!
Can you take it? Does it hurt? I'll grind you into dust! Nothing will hold me back.
Ready to go!
Be still!
Seismic rush!
Coming through! Ha! Melt! Scarlet Inferno!
Begin!
You're mine!
It looks like you got this one covered.
You're mine! Rising Wiper! Burn in hell!
Here's a healing arc.
I'll face you! One! Take! Blow them away!
With this, I can become even stronger. Hey, look at that enemy. It's shining.
I have a bad feeling about this.
You're mine!
Dance on the wind! Nothing will hold me back. I'll face you! Crescent flash!
I never miss.
The Tempest engulfs! Can't get out of this!
Steering flame! Reload! Waterfall!
Does it hurt?
Field!
Seismic rush! I can carve through armor!
Annihilation!
Air pressure!
Burn it!
Air pressure!
Steering flame! Reload!
mine!
Here I come!
Sonic thrust! Crescent flash! Burn in hell! Does it hurt?
Sleep now!
Does it hurt? Seismic rupture! Goodwill! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis! You don't mess around!
Certainly not.
Supernova! Annihilation!
Begin! No further!
Do it!
Begin!
Astral energy! Full throttle!
I need to be stronger. That enemy looks strong. I bet it'll be worth our while to fight it.
This one will be difficult to predict.
I'll smash you! Begin!
Thanks, Shia.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. Do better.
Where are you going?
Tempest! Flying freeze! One fly! Just sit still!
Shia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
Burn up! Double demon fang! Tempest! Crescent flash! Take this! Dragon form! Can't get out of this! I'll face you!
There you go! Don't let up!
In an instant! Impact cross!
We work well together.
Like a finely timed one.
Coming through! Ha! Melt! Scarlet Inferno! Here I come! The everlasting dark! Negative gate! Sonic thrust! Sword rain alpha! Prepare to be sealed, though fleet of foot. Actually, going down is more appropriate.
Less talking, more doing.
Be still! Rising Falcon!
Here's those!
Here's nothing.
Does it hurt? Burn in hell! You're mine! Dance on the wind!
Now!
Demons descend! Flashing fang! The everlasting dark! Make ready to go! Raining blast! Thanks! Crush! Demon fang! Make outfit! In an instant! Impact cross! Into everlasting dark! Negative gate! Negative gate!
Do it!
Shion!
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
That was way stronger than regular firepower.
You won't hear me complaining.
Anjir ada 2 ya. Oh, ada item.
An opponent like this should be easy. Begin! I'll grind you into dust! Crescent flash! Try this! Dance on the wind! It can hide itself? Carve through amazing! Begin! Rising Wyvern! Engulf you! Fear! Nothing will hold me back. It's too much! Hold nothing back! The tempest engulfs you!
Spirits within the sword. Another incantation ruin.
Can you... Coming through! Ha! Melt! Scarlet Inferno! I'll face you! Try this! The tempest eats dirt!
Raging Cascade!
I'll grind you into dust!
Amazing within the sword.
Awaken and reach around!
I don't know what I'll do.
Being interrupted.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Tempest! Rising hit with something!
So even a masochist has its limits.
Not feeling so great. Seismic rupture! This one's mine! Dance on the wind! Lightning dash! Masterful dash! Now it's my turn! Get through! This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Good! I'll leave it to you! Take it! Rising Wyvern! Seismic rupture! Outright healing dash! Sharpward slash! Behold! The Earth's pulse! Tectonic fission! I'll face you! Rising Wyvern! Soaring Light Sphere! Can't get out of this! This one's all mine! Seismic not today! I'll grind you into death! Armor won't save you! Dance on the wind! Swallow blade!
I can't heal you forever! Not in your dreams!
I'll face you!
I'm grateful. I'm sorry to trouble you.
You do the same to me. Come here! Alright! I don't even know the word defeat.
Dragon Dance on the wind! Finish it!
Alvin! Astral energy!
Say no more!
How much longer will our healing arts last?
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
I'm grateful.
In a bind? I'll face you.
Rising Phoenix!
Dance on the wind. Awaken and recap.
Coming through! Ha! Melt! Scarlet Inferno! Rising Wyvern! Soaring Light Sphere!
Masterful dash.
Can you take it? I'm right behind you.
This one's mine!
Come on! Come on! Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
I'll face you.
The chain between heaven and earth.
Soil. Awaken the art of being interrupted. Armor won't save you.
Dragon Form! This time! Not today!
Spirits within the soil.
Awaken and
There you go! Don't let out the blast!
Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
I'll grind you into dust. Can't get out of this.
Thanks for the healing.
Watch yourself, okay?
Yeah, you too.
Masterful dash.
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
Rising Wyvern!
Will this help?
Dragon Form!
I'm grateful.
I'll fix
Anything in armor is
I owe you, Keon. Healing is what my arts do best.
Soil.
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
This one's mine!
Recover! What would I do without you? Illuminate
Rising Wyvern!
I never miss! A chain between heaven and earth. Will this help? A
Soaring Light Sphere!
I'm nearly done for.
Natural defenses are fading. I'm a sitting duck.
Retreat from this battle.
Retreat? I would never. Here goes.
I'll burn it all! Flaming Pillar! Fire!
I'll face you. Dance on the wind. Spirits within the soil. Awaken and recap. Masterful dash.
Now!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
It was a close thing.
Astaga, itu apaan lagi?
Hey, what do you say we fight that shining enemy?
We got some good equipment!
I can't say its appearance is to my tastes, personally.
Don't get careless.
Don't tell me! Come on! The Tempest engulfed! You! Now we're not... Armor won't save you!
By the power of flame! Banned without a trace! Air thrust! A chain between heaven and earth!
Here I come!
Annihilation! Wailing Yancy of lightning!
I'll face you!
Spirits within the soil.
Awaken and wreak havoc! This isn't looking good.
No art of being interrupted.
Begin! Seismic rupture!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah! And pummeling to me!
Here, let me help.
Tempest engulfed! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! You're mine!
Benediction light.
Heal! Demon Fang!
What would I do without you? Dance in the wind!
Anything in armor is all mine!
A whirling struggle!
I couldn't make it in time.
Heaven!
Tempest engulfed you! Take this! I'll grind you into dust!
Illuminate the dark!
Armor won't save you! Come on! Not done yet! Not so fast! Here I come! Win! No further! Can you take it?
Spirits within the soil.
Awaken and wreak havoc! Rising Wyvern! Masterful dash! Swallow blade! Rising Wyvern! Burn!
Can you take it? Does it hurt?
Take this! I'll grind you into dust! Vacuum blade! Double demon fang!
Spirits within the soil.
Awaken and wreak havoc! Sword blade alpha!
That'll bring you down!
Anything in armor is all mine! Can't get out of this! I'll burn it all! Flaming pillar! Fire! I'll face you! Armor won't save you! Try this! You're mine!
Outstanding form!
Spirits within the soil.
Awaken and wreak masterful dash!
Sleep now! Radiant
Eat dirt!
Can you take it?
whirling struggle! First aid!
I'll grind you into take this!
First force!
You're mine!
Lunar corruption!
Can't get out of this! Rising Wyvern! I'll face you!
Dance in the wind!
I'll grind you into dust! Soaring blast! Does it hurt? Does it hurt? Soaring blast!
Raging storm!
Ready and raring!
Healing astral clear and
Tempest engulfs you!
Tornado! I'm ready! It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Here,
Begin! I'll grind you into dust! Prepare to be sealed! No further! Demon now! Rising Wyvern! This one's mine! Begin!
Raging storm!
I'll grind you into dust!
This one's mine!
Nice work! Tempest engulfs you! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Double
Here,
demon
let me
fang!
help.
I'll face you! Okay, here I go! Soaring blast! Swallow blade!
Don't mind if I do!
You're mine! Destruction! Soaring blast!
Gale force!
In a vine?
Here, let me help! Malevolent!
I'll face you! It's time!
Do
Here I
it!
come!
Xion, astral energy! Full throttle! Go!
I still got a ways to go.
My god, musuh-musuhnya ya keras sekali mama.
What's with that shining foe over there?
Brace yourself! This one's tough!
I don't even know the word defeat.
Raging storm!
I'll smash you!
Crescent flash!
Rising launcher! Does it hurt? Sonic thrust! Sword rain alpha! Soaring blast!
Rotating
pile driver! Tornado drive!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
Into the
Can you
shadows!
take it? You're mine! Not today!
You require a hand.
Tempting wind!
Spirits within the soil.
Amazing.
Awaken and wreak havoc!
Masterful dash!
Oh, stopping charge! Thanks, Kisara!
Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Dance on the wind!
Destruction!
So there you go! Don't let up! Razor Cyclone!
I may have bit off more than I could chew.
Demon Fang!
You're mine!
This one's mine!
Demon Fang! Burn!
Take this! Seismic rupture!
Double Demon Fang!
Masterful dash!
It looks like you got this one covered!
Double Demon Fang!
Field! Explosion!
Ha! Take this!
Demon Fang!
Take this!
Tornado drive!
Outstanding form!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here, let me
I'll
help.
face you!
Demon Fang!
Waterfall! Lunar eruption!
I'll face
Lunar
you!
blast! Lightning orb! Raging cascade! Denied!
Double Demon Fang!
Shining supernova!
The tempest engulfs you!
Double Demon Fang!
A whirling struggle.
Wind of heaven!
In the soil. Awaken and wreak havoc!
Easter!
Masterful dash!
I'll penetrate you! Blow away! Eternal devastation! Double Demon Fang!
Crescent flash! In a bind?
Can't be let go!
Lightning!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Take it! One more!
The tempest engulfs you! Instinct lit!
I can handle it! Where are you going?
Begin! Seismic
You're
rupture!
mine!
Here, let me
Dance on
help.
the wind!
Far enough! This one's all mine!
Outfit!
In an instant! Impact Clock!
That was a little close for comfort.
Ya ampun, musuhnya besar-besar dong.
Brace yourselves! This one's tough!
Radiant here!
Flash!
Lightning orb! Raging
I'll face you! You require a hand.
Here!
Spirits within the soil.
Awaken and
Another incantation ruined.
You got fire!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it! Up and in!
All yours!
The tempest engulfs you! No further!
Devastation!
Water! Crystal energy!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Raging
Can you take it?
Hold on to your art!
Dance on the wind!
Thrust!
Now! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes, a merry distraction.
There's still more to go.
Awaken and wreak havoc. Masterful path.
A whirling struggle.
Begin. Begin. Take this.
Where are you going?
Take this. Armor won't save you.
Amazing.
Heal.
I couldn't make it in time.
Can you take it?
Without a trace.
The tempest engulfs you. In a bind.
I'll bring you back some security.
Can you take it? Does it hurt? Dance on the wind.
Here's a healing arc.
Instinct sharpened.
Can
you take it?
Without a trace. Holy glimmer.
Does it hurt? Dance on the wind. You're mine.
I never miss.
Blind you with a shot. I'm mine. This one's all mine.
It looks like you got this one covered.
The tempest engulfs you. Behold, the earth pulse. Tectonic vision.
Will this help?
Ready and raring. Begin. Burn in hell. I'll blind you with a shot. Crescent flash. Begin. Seismic rip. Nothing will hold me. Miss.
Far enough.
Tornado blast. Seismic rupture.
Water. Here I come.
Dance on the wind.
Where are you going? With astral energy. Illuminate the dark.
Glacial fields engulf you. I'll blind you with a shot. Dance on the wind. Behold, the earth pulse. Tectonic vision. Be still. I'll face you. Crescent flash.
Here's a healing arc.
You're mine. I'll blind you with a shot. All in order.
Radiant light. By the power
Ignite.
of flames. Do it.
Winlow. Light burst forth.
Radiant Genesis. You don't mess around.
Begin.
Certainly not.
Now you see what I can do.
Laser spear. Pierce evil.
Begin. I'll blind you with a shot. Crescent flash.
Seal. I'll heal you all.
Crescent flash.
Healing frenzy.
I'll blind you with a shot.
There. I can handle it. Back into the
Knuckle down.
Magic is.
Take this. I'm grateful.
These bad guys really don't mess around.
Hey, new equipment!
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
Here's a healing arc.
Crescent flash.
First aid.
I'll face you.
Can
you take it?
You picked the wrong fight!
The tempest engulfs you.
Here's a
Portal
healing
blade.
arc. This one's mine.
Sonic thrust.
In here.
Take this. Dance on the wind.
No further.
Stay away from...
I feel myself.
Healing circle.
Dance on the wind.
This again shall not be forgotten. It would appear I attract too much attention.
The tempest engulfs you. I'll face you. Can't get out of this. I'll face you. Portal blade. Crescent flash. Eternal Dance on the wind.
Astral energy.
Say no more! Shot!
Here's a healing.
Dragon Sonic Thrust!
Don't get carried away.
Dragon Swarm!
Crescent flash.
Sonic Thrust! The flame inside is pure!
What in the world?
Coming through! Ha! Now!
out this pain.
Benediction light.
Heal. Okay.
This
Here
is
we go.
good.
I am not beyond fury.
This has a most peculiar taste. I'm grateful.
An astral light?
That's my cue.
Shut him down. Behold, the Earth's pulse. Tectonic vision. I'll face you. In a bind.
Here.
Be still. Only the water save you. Lightning Falcon.
Nothing gets by me.
Tempest.
Here I go.
Seismic rupture. Sword Ray Alpha.
Raging
Blow away.
It looks like you got this covered.
The Tempest engulfs you. I have no limits. Do it. Demon Fang. Double Demon Fang. In an instant. Impact Clock.
With this, I can become even stronger.
Wah, udah 6 jam. Selamat pagi Pak, dan lupa minum. Oke, thank you. Pit cracking. Aku mau end mungkin jam 3 lah. Capek semua.
What do you think this place was for?
What the hell? Are they asleep?
No. They appear to be well preserved. However, they are all dead.
Dead? So this is a mass grave?
Looks that way. However, none of them appear to be Helganquil.
Bear in mind that Renans were originally Danans, who were remade and sent to live on Lenegus. Knowing that, they would have needed a place to perform the procedures somewhere.
And that place is here, I assume.
So what you're saying is that all of these are Danon, or rather, Renan bodies?
Most likely, yes. It must have been abandoned for one reason or another.
There are so many of them. They were all taken away, but never given the chance to wake.
What is that thing?
Lagi.
Something we have to fight if we want to get across, it seems.
Be careful. It's huge.
What? lately.
It's no ordinary zoo. That much is damn sure.
Watch yourself. All bets are off when it comes to this thing.
Come on!
Win!
Ready to go! Soaring blast! Come on!
Dragon
Form!
You handle this. By the
Soaring blast!
Here I come!
I never miss. Steel force.
Double demon!
Raging
Incineration wave!
Soaring blast!
Its head is its weak point? We'll need to bring it down somehow to hit it.
In that case, let's start with the one in the middle.
Negative gate!
Meteor storm. By the pain between heaven and earth.
Hitting
Wailing Banshee of
I'll
lightning.
make you! Come on!
Destruction!
I'm nearly done for.
I owe you one. Demon!
I don't know what I'd do without
I
you.
can carve through armor!
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Soaring blast!
Sonic thrust! Coming through! Ha! Melt! Scarlet Inferno!
Just what the doctor ordered.
Reflect on thy sin. They smite with blackened blade!
Here I come. Don't give up. Steel force. More where that came from.
Hitting
Illuminate the dark.
Soaring blast!
Ready. The pain between heaven and earth. A wailing Banshee of lightning. I never miss.
Soaring blast! Rotating pile driver!
Water, hear my
Soaring
call.
blast!
Oh.
Will this help? Disasters made one. Come forth.
To be let free!
Healing circle.
Power surges through me.
Hitting pile driver! Begin!
Tornado drive.
Begin!
Does it hurt?
Let me help.
Crescent slash!
Share with the others.
Thanks! Nice work! Elusive deity! Power won't save you!
Raging cascade. Mega ray.
The everlasting dark! Negative gate!
Lightning slash!
Raging
Don't get carried away.
Tempt it!
Let me help. First aid. Thanks so much.
You picked the wrong fight!
Soaring blast!
Let's go.
Begin!
Dragon Swarm!
Ice crystal.
Sonic
Power
thrust!
of water. There you go. Stand right up.
Dance on the wing! In a bind!
Without a trace.
Begin! Take
You're
this!
mine!
Oh, violent guardian wind.
Elusive deity!
Primed and ready.
Hitting pile driver!
This one's mine.
Soaring blast! Anything in armor is all mine! I'll face you!
Healing circle. More where
I
that
see
came
you!
from.
You missed! Begin! Come on! Hitting
You
pile
picked the
driver!
wrong fight!
Rotating pile driver! Tornado drive! Come on! I can carve through armor!
Demon Fang! Finish it!
Rinwell! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis.
Slash!
Mega ray. I'm all ready.
Rotating pile driver!
You're mine!
Tornado drive! Elusive deity!
Double Demon Fang!
In a bind!
Slash! Demon Fang! Take this!
Rotating pile driver!
This
Soaring
one's
blast!
mine!
Lightning. Lightning.
Rising Reaper!
I'll face you!
Winds of heaven.
Dance on the wing!
I'm ready.
Negative
Where
glare!
are you going? It looks like you got this one covered.
Double Demon Fang!
Can't get out of this!
Incineration Wave!
Dance on the wing!
You're mine!
Rotating pile driver!
Eternal
Soaring
Devastation!
blast!
Not now, not ever!
Need to pull myself
Everyone,
together.
get back. It's too dangerous.
Demon
They're not playing around.
Hitting first! Can you take it?
Thunder blade.
Soaring
Illuminate the
blast!
dark. Magic is in. Holy land. The chain between heaven and earth.
Spirits within the soil.
Awaken and wreak havoc!
You get the gist. Air thrust.
Masterful dash!
Don't leave me.
Thank you for the healing, Dohain.
Our comrades need our ability to survive.
Right. No one is dying on our watch.
Spirits within the soil.
Awaken and wreak havoc!
Take this!
I can carve through armor! Masterful dash!
Sleep now. Where are you going? That move.
Here comes the big one!
Lightning.
We've got him on the run.
Outstanding form.
Right. No still anyone's fight.
I'll fix you up.
Begin.
Forgive me.
Stay away from my
I'll
friend.
fix you up.
Oh no.
Out of the woods.
Let's get you up. Here's a healing arm.
Benediction light.
This one's all mine.
Lightning orb. More where that
This
came
one's
from.
mine.
One more.
Ready and rare. Rising Viper.
Freeze Lancer. Dance in the wind. Air drop.
Instinct sharpened. You missed. I'll face you. Pierce through. Armor won't save you. Rising Viper.
Here's a healing arm. They're not playing around.
Rotating pile driver.
Car down. Through
Come
all.
on.
Reload. Get them out together.
I'll face you.
Raging storm. More where that
Begin.
came from.
It's time. The tempest engulfs you.
Will this help?
Benediction light.
Sonic Knight. Heal. Move.
I couldn't make it in time.
That'll bring you down. Ready to go.
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with love. Resuscitation.
Holy Land.
Not done yet. Elusive deity.
Anything in armor is all mine.
Soaring attack.
Right, watch
I'll
out.
face you. Take this. Soaring blast. Hitting pile. Eternal devastation. How's it?
Hear my call.
And you take it. Instinct sharpened. Take this. Take this.
No further.
Oh.
A whirling
need
arm.
more
Bring you
than
back from death's abyss.
Demon
Winds
Fang.
of heaven.
Double Demon Fang.
Restoration. Here's a healing arc. In here.
No rest for the
First aid.
wicked.
This'll come in handy.
Take this.
Lightning orb.
Hitting pile driver. Ignite. Soaring blast.
Don't mind if I do.
Hitting pile driver.
Do it.
Tornado Rimwell. Light burst forth.
Radiant Denizen.
The hell was that thing?
Probably something that was made here and somehow managed to survive, even after all this time. Not that there's any way of knowing now.
What's wrong?
Oh, I just suddenly found myself contemplating what might have happened to the sovereigns that were meant to emerge from the crown contests.
What do you mean?
You see, the winners of the past crown contests were all strong astral arts practitioners. Furthermore, that enemy we just fought appeared to be composed of several human bodies. It was certainly nothing one would find in nature.
You're saying those were the remains of the winners? That they forgot who they once were?
I'm merely saying it's a possibility.
That's absolutely gruesome. How long had the Helganquil been at this?
It was Rena's great spirit that made them do all of this. Anything to get its astral energy.
We're not gonna jump down, right?
I certainly hope not.
After hearing Dohalim's suggestion, I'm honestly not sure what to say.
I assure you all, I was merely stating the possibility.
So, looks like the Helganquil have been engineering Zeugles too. Why doesn't that surprise me at this point?
The creatures we've been encountering here have been a little different to what we're used to fighting, but I'm pretty sure they're Zeugles too.
Do you think they were engineered using creatures native to the area?
Indeed. However, based on the current circumstances, I would guess these Zeugles are all that's left of the planet's fauna now.
You mean, there might have been native owl species here once upon a time too?
back in that other room? Did the teleporter fail or something?
Something feels off about it.
Look! Everything's upside down!
The furnishings are, at least. No, you're right. The whole room's flipped on its head.
So what was once down is now up, and vice versa. I suppose the teleporter reversed our orientation then.
Akhirnya. I'm so tired. Gila, itu dunganya panjang banget sih. Mas. Yay. I just want.
Finally. If only we could have flown. The wind to get here faster.
Yeah, I'm gonna end. I'm so fucking tired. Really? I've been 6 hours. That's great. I'm gonna sleep. Thank you, everyone. I'm gonna sleep. I'll see you maybe next time. Oh, not next time, maybe. Tonight. Okay, see you.